The story begins here, in the Dordogne in southern France. 20,000 years ago, it all looked quite different. Covered in ice and snow, the haunt of woolly mammoths and reindeer, which were hunted by our small, hairy ancestors. Primitive? Yes. But here, somewhere underneath my feet, is the proof that they were like us in all the ways that really matter. With only their flickering lamps to guide them, the cavemen felt their way down into the earth. When the prehistoric artists came to Lascaux, the caves were impenetrably dark. These great images were not made to be seen, still less to be sight-seen. Why did they paint them here in the depth of the earth down winding corridors? Some people thought that they were priest painters making hunting magic for the tribe. But the animal the tribe lived on, using every part of it, a kind of walking supermarket, was the reindeer. And they don't paint reindeer. What they paint are the great bulls and bison and the wild deer, all the animals they didn't hunt, but they watched them. Take my favorite image, the great horse, the Mongolian horse. The Mongolian horse doesn't really look like that, with that great sway of the belly and that sharp nose and the inspired black calligraphy of the legs. It's, dare I say it, an impressionistic horse, an impression of a horse, and yet an odd impression. Almost as if the artist was not trying to show what a horse was like, but what it felt to be a horse. Or look at the great bison. These two great black balls of male erotic fury going to explode on one another. He's looked, the artist. He's seen that one of them is losing his coat because it's spring, the rutting season. Observation, and yet emotionally, how right. That great red streak shows something of the feeling of the animal. And it's this looking with awe and with wonder that makes Lascaux what it is. Because all these animals are beautiful. And centuries ago, when there was room on earth for all of us, how humankind must have yearned to be strong and beautiful, free, innocent, all the things that they were not and we are not. And perhaps that's why they made these images secretly in the earth, to honor the animals. And so you see, scientifically, these are primitive people, because science advances. It's like a ladder, one step leads to another. But art isn't like that. Art is about being human. Children make art instinctively. Archaeologists know when they find evidence of art, they found evidence of human beings. It expresses all that is best in us, our desires, our hopes, our truth. And so art changes, but it doesn't get better. And in the great hall of the bulls, with these images of majesty and power, so strong, so dignified, we understand that painting starts at the top. And after the caves, a blank. 15,000 years go by, and then the story starts again in ancient Egypt. In the world of the pharaohs, the Tutankhamun world, human creation was on an epic scale. But though we know the names of the rulers, we know practically nothing about the architects, sculptors, and painters.
Hello. Hello. So I just quit Twitter. Why did I do that? For reasons, mostly because I was sick of it. I don't know,
A1 plus drawing right here.
Got stuff over done.
Yeah. Fucking suck today. Hello. Hey, Pit. Nothing much.
I'm just doodling. What's going on with you, my bud?
I quit Twitter today.
Hopefully I stick with it. Nice, nice. Yeah. What do you do? Yeah, I felt that too about like streaming and stuff. But I realized even if like, you know, these streams take a hit because of me not being on Twitter, it's worth it. Because I just can't do it anymore. Feels kind of like an abusive relationship. It's just like, you know, you just have the feeling that you can't. That's good. You know. I don't know. I just felt it just made me angry and miserable. True, but Twitch, you know, I've had good experiences mostly on Twitch. I've met a lot of cool people and made some really good friends. Yeah. Just it just makes me feel you know what I realized about like stuff like Twitter and things like that is in the end it'll never get better, you know? Like, you know, Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff, its whole business operandi is just get as many looks as possible and stuff. And the way you do that is you encourage like engagement at all costs, and it doesn't matter what the engagement is, and people engage with things if they're angry about it more than if they're happy about it. And I felt miserable doing it, didn't like it, started to resent a lot of people on there, and I realized today, I was just like, what am I doing this for? You know? What is the point of this? So I'm gonna focus more on Twitch and like Discord and stuff. That's what I'll be focusing on. My server kind of fell into like non-use, so I'm gonna try and get it back up and running. Exactly. In the end, you gotta pick the ones you enjoy and just stick with those. I like Discord and Twitch. Those are the ones I'm happiest on, and those are the ones I'm gonna stay on. Yeah. Oh, yes, good to see you. It just got, with Twitter, it just made me so angry. I couldn't do it anymore. I figured whatever reasons I have for staying on this site is not worth the mental health of me sticking with it, So I hope I stick with it. I'm pretty sure. I feel pretty done with it. Like, yeah, no. Well, the thing that people I realized about Twitter is that Twitter can never get better. Just the way it's set up, it'll never get better. Just on its fundamental, like, base level platform, that toxic anger that everybody has on Twitter is built into it. It's designed to encourage that sort of feeling. And no matter what other things it's capable of, it will always default to that. And you shouldn't, Opus. You shouldn't. You are very smart for not going on Twitter. I was obsessed with it for 2 years. I quit it, and then last year I got back onto it, and I got obsessed again. How's it going, Oak? Yeah. No, but it's like, it's like whatever lies people tell you that you need this and that, to connect to people. You don't. True friends want to connect with you privately. Yeah. Well, Opus, or possibly you've been hacked by an NFT, an NFT bro. Yeah. Yeah, we should all just make 1 million accounts on Twitter and not use them. Yeah, Opus, are you gonna are you gonna buy the Bored Ape? Like what? You're gonna start your own? Perfect. Good to see you, Opus, by the way. How are things going? How's your campaign going? You mean just art? No, owning just art, that can't be a thing. Exactly. Okay, I'm up for a suggestion. Opus, you have a suggestion? Let's do a person. No. It needs to be computer, Opus. Everything's better with computer. Garfield, boring. Garfield NFTs, works of art. Okay. Okay, this is honesty time. I have a thing. I have a thing about mushrooms. They creep me out. So. I know it's nonsensical, but they scare me and I don't like looking at them. Yeah. We could do a gargoyle. Let's do a zombie first. I know it doesn't make sense. I have nightmares about them growing. It's a little loud. I have nightmares about them growing up in my body randomly one day. And have you guys ever seen that TV show Hannibal? There's a pretty creepy scene with mushrooms in it. Sure, go ahead. I have not heard about this. Is it because is it like not producing spores or anything? Okay. Yeah. Gabby! How's it going? But why is it functionally going extinct? I'm curious. Chestnuts roasting in open. Gary, tell me of your world. Just because No, that's that Vicky. It's Vic. I like that. That freaking Vicky. That's her. I can't believe we're just letting Vicky kill all the chestnut trees. Yeah. That's the trick. They sell low-priced lingerie, but secretly, Victoria's Secret is killing the American chestnut tree. Why are they doing this? One word. Power. And a second word. Chaos. Probably gonna suck at art today. So, Teacup, did you ever get Oh yeah, they keep they keep hitting the. They also keep scientists have discovered that the world's largest tree is in North America, but it's a state secret on where it's located exactly. Yeah, you know why? Because idiot rednecks will try and chop it down if they learn where it is. It's called the Hyperion. But it's called Hyperion. It's somewhere in Oregon, but that's all we know. Total a-holes. Man, Oregon is so beautiful. I swear. I'm sometimes tempted to just move there. Well, the name they give it is Hyperion. Hyperion. Hyperion tree. Oh, I guess if you ask around, they'll tell people know where it is. I will be respecting the wishes, though. I guess if you ask around, they'll tell people know where. I will be respecting their wishes, though, and not revealing the location of Hyperion. Yeah. You just have to do a little bit of digging. Yes, very interesting. Should visit Oregon. Oregon is absolutely beautiful. So, Callie, if you're still here, what are your thoughts on your Ko-fi? Have you ever been to Oregon? And there you'll get to see all sorts of monsters. Because all the monsters live in Oregon. You know that, right? Every monster lives in Oregon, in America. The Sasquatches, Shemp. Oh, no, wait. No, Ogopogo lives there. It's a monster. Who is it? The Wendigo? Yes, I think that's a marvelous idea. Ethnic Voldemort. What is this? Oh, well, there's the Wendigo, who in some versions of the story is a shapeshifter. It's said at times to be a. Oh, is my voice really high? 1 second. Testing. I don't like that it's going into the red. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's definitely better, Callie. You know, Callie, have you ever thought about like trying to do an audio drama? Well, the Wendigo is sometimes considered. It's somewhat reductively called the native Bigfoot, not native Bigfoot, the Native American werewolf, and that's not really true. The myth is more complex. Sometimes they're shapeshifters, but oftentimes they're just like cannibals. Like they're people who like eat other people. Well, Callie, it's a drama. It's a scripted audio only program. I know a lot of fiction writers are and it's growing in pop. It was a big thing in the 20s, and now it's kind of growing in popularity again because of the rise of podcasts. It's a space I've been wanting to get into forever. And I don't know. Have you thought maybe that? If you want to do fiction that has a wider reach, that might be a thought process. Definitely mood. Hey, Tashi. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah. So, I mean, the myth I heard about the window. It would be better to, just listen to a few than to, Opus, do you listen to any audio dramas? Yeah, not a lot of people do, but it does have a fan base, trust me. Let me see. I'm subscribed to a few. Let me think about one I could recommend. Well, the real famous one is I was asking you something. What D&D podcast do you listen to? I'm curious. I'm always curious what everybody's listening to, Because at some point I'm going to try and post. I'm going to complete a project, and I'm curious what you people. D&D. I haven't heard of that one. I mean, the one everybody talks about is Critical Role. Let's see. I mean, the real famous one is Night Vale. That's kind of the most popular one right now. It's about a small town and the mysterious happenings that go on in it. I honestly think Night Vale is a little bit overexposed, but it deserved to. It's good. It's good. It's just Oh right. Ooh. Oh, Marvel just released a audio play of Squirrel Girl. That's awesome. I'm gonna listen to that. There's a ton. I would suggest Did you ever read Squirrel Girl, Opus? You're back! You'd like Squirrel Girl. Let's see. Welcome to Night Vale. The Magnus Archives. Yeah, that's one I've heard about. Oh, Marvel is getting into the space, so they have one for Black Widow, they have one for Squirrel Girl. I think you'd really like. I know Tika Wakiti, who... Oh, Ghost Rider? I've Never heard of that. Oh, it has Adam Scott and Kate Mara. Back before he, was Master of Universe, did one called Uncle Bernie's Botanadium. That one was a lot of fun. Do you have an Audible account, Opus? Oh yeah, Audible puts out a ton of them. Like, they're the biggest producers of pure audio series. Anyways, it's a space I want to get into. And, Callie, it might be a good space for you. Yeah. Look up something called Into the Night. Yeah, Callie, I would say look at something. Listen to something called Night Vale. That was kind of the big popular one for a while. And I recommend Night Vale to kind of anybody. I think it became like way overexposed, but it's still good. And I'm excited for the Squirrel Girl thing. There was a really good Batman one a few years ago. That I really liked. Haven't seen it yet. Tell you the truth, it was somebody's real obnoxious take on Batman that made me want to quit. That made me quit Twitter, so. I know it's out on HBO Max, so I have no excuse for not seeing it. I don't even remember what the take was. I was just like, I just can't, it's just, I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear, this anymore, so. And, I hope whoever that person is enjoys the living hell that they've decided to engage with. Yep, that sounds like good ones. My friend, I have a friend who's an actual real deal producer of these. He pops up on here every once in a while, Lizard. Oh, that fell apart. The spin-off series. You know, honestly, like the DC spin-off series have been killing it so far. I loved Peacemaker. That was one of my favorite shows this year. The one about Gotham PD, that fell apart. The Penguin one, I think, is still in the works. I've never seen I didn't watch Cloak and Dagger. I don't know how that was. I wasn't a big fan of the Hulu Marvel offerings. I thought they were all kind of bad. Except for no. That's not even true. I like Modark and Hit Monkey. Those two were fun shows. It's funny, nobody really talked about Hit Monkey, and it was one of the funner Marvel shows that they made. So, Gargoyle. I believe though Cloak and Dagger, that was on ABC Family, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I don't know. Never really watched Gotham. So, who's everybody's favorite superhero? Do I ask that a lot? It's a good start. It's a good conversation starter. Well, who's everybody's favorite math rock band? Spider-Man? Spider-Pig. A good choice, a good choice. So how's your campaign going, Opus? Yeah. Oh, Daredevil. Daredevil is a great choice. Four hours until we go what? 4 hours till we go what?
Honorable outlaws. I swear by heaven, I'll kill you all.
That. I love it.
All right.
1 second. Okay, 1 second. Let me switch this over.
You grace us with your presence.
Love it. Fantastic, fantastic. Oh. Well, did you guys hear that in D&D news? Did you guys hear that Spelljammers is coming back? I'm very excited for that. Yeah, they're bringing it back. It's one of those things that's been requested for years. Spelljammers was, if you guys don't know what Spelljammers is, Spelljammers was a no. In like actuality, like D&D is like Wizards of the Wizards is making a concentrated effort to bring it back. It's been updated. It has a whole big new adventure. There's a bunch of new mechanics for it and stuff. Yeah. When it comes out, do you want to? They even have a pre-written adventure for it. Opus, when it comes out, do you want to play? Do you want to play it with me? All right, yeah. I love. I've never played a game of Spelljammers, but I've always loved the idea of it. If nobody's ever heard of Spelljammers, Spelljammers is is essentially fantasy in space, but it's not like, it's a weird thing where it's like all the fantasy tropes, but it's in space, and they get around in magic spaceships, and it's really goofy and fun. Like one of the main enemies is like a giant space hamster that roams the skies and stuff. I believe he has a ball-like ship. Daredevil. No, wait, broken. I think it's Devil Man. No, it's Daredevil. Yeah. Daredevil is great. Daredevil is a very underrated superhero. Partly because he's had a lot of bad runs, unfortunately. But every once in a while, he'll get a really great like comic run. Yeah, the Netflix series was great. Yeah. Well, he's one of the few disabled superheroes. I really like, there's right now, by the way, I will say this: the Daredevil comics are great, and if people want to get into, if people want to jump onto them, they're really good right now. Yeah. What did you think of Jessica Jones? Both the Mark Waid and the Chip Zdarsky runs are great. Yeah, it looks good too. I love Miss Marvel. The Kamala Khan. I love Kamala Khan. She was such a fun character. Yeah. Oh yeah, I should have warned you. Yeah, I should have warned you about it. It's an elaborate metaphor for an abusive relationship. He's great. Yeah, he's great in it. If you guys have never seen Jessica Jones, David Tennant plays the main bad guy, Purple Man, or Kilgrave as he's called, and the Purple Man has the ability to anything he says people will do. Yeah. True. So, and he uses the power to target women mostly. I'm bad at art tonight. You know, there's days where you have good art days, and there's days where you're just like so awful at it. And I think today I'm just bad at it. Let me switch over to writing in a minute. Exactly. I want to keep going, but it's funny because there are some days where I just kill at art and I like nothing can stop me, and then there's days where I'm just like, it's like, yeah. And I've always loved the actress who plays Jessica Jones, Kristen Ritter. I think she's very talented, and I hope she gets more and more success. She was in a sitcom called... She was in an unfortunately canceled sitcom. Yeah. And... yeah. It had a pretty bad name, which is part of the reason why it got canceled, but it was called... Don't... And this is the name of the show, and you can see why this flopped. It was called Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. But the full name was Don't Trust the Bitch in Apartment 23. Can you believe that... Opus, can you believe a show with that name flopped? It was a good show. It was a good show. Just nobody watched it, which made me sad. Okay, I'm gonna try one more for drawing, and then if I don't, it was good. I'm tempted to switch to writing today. We'll go for 2 hours of art, and if I've yes, and he was very funny in that, and that's how James Van Der Beek had a sort of mini comeback. He was also in a show called Dua Lipa, which was based on a real guy, but which was really good, but nobody watched that. James Van Der Beek played Dawson from the television show Dawson's Creek. It's not really worth knowing. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's that worth seeking out. Yes. Very 2000s. Unless you want to know what the deal with the, like, parodies of teen dramas are, because they almost always parody Dawson's Creek. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's very... It's hopelessly dated now, so... It's notable mostly for, like, the fact Katie Holmes was in it. But if you've ever seen, like, parodies of, like, teen dramas, I guarantee you what they're parodying is Dawson's Creek, mostly. You know, before they parodied Riverdale. Riverdale? More like River Fail. Yes. I don't know what you're talking about, Broken. They are teens. Yeah. They are teenagers they're teenagers. Age 16 to 19. Let's switch to writing. 1 second. Be right back. Back. I don't know what you're talking about. No, they are very. What? They all look young to me. No, but the worst was 90210. It's always funny watching, like, old. We're a little bit. Oh no. Oh, there is a sizable dislike of Riverdale. I don't really care all that much about Riverdale. I understand it's not a show for me, and yeah. Yeah. What is funny about Riverdale, I understand it's not a show for me, and I appreciate that. So I don't really. Yeah. It wasn't Luke Perry, though. Yeah. I mean, Luke Perry was so inherently charming that you could kind of forgive it. You get to see Archie's dad before he was Archie's dad. Archie's dad. No, the guy who played Archie's dad, he was 90210. I will tell you why. I will tell you why exactly. That is because that is the area code for Beverly Hills. That's Luke Perry. Yeah. 90210 is Beverly Hills' zip code. That's the reason why it's called that. So it just means you live in a real rich area. Oh, I should change the name of the stream. 1 second. What are you talking about, Opus? This was a hit. This was the biggest hit on television for a little bit. Here's a question: what is you guys' favorite teen-based show? Like show about high schoolers. Oh yeah, because it was seen as like the popular kids show, you know. Yeah. Here's what I really liked. I'm trying to think. There was a teen show I really loved. Oh! Freaks and Geeks. That was my favorite. I really liked Freaks and Geeks. Did anybody ever see Freaks and Geeks? Yeah. Seth Rogen, James Franco, Martin Starr, a lot of real famous people. Oh, Jason Segel.
All of age.
Who the hell is Jesus H. Garcia?
It's Jesus. It's your new identity. Tell me that picture doesn't look like you.
This picture doesn't look like me, man.
Sure it does, man. Your always gotta be better than mine. Mine looks kind of Chinese.
Yeah, mine looks Chinese too. What's going on with that?
Whoa. There's a big Vietnamese community up there now, brother.
It says it's 29.
That doesn't matter. Mine says I'm 34. I have no problems. give
Yeah.
us the money back. That's top grade stuff. You don't get to.
Oh, and if people have watched Gravity Falls, this girl, uh, this is the voice of Wendy. She voices Wendy.
That doesn't matter. Mine says I'm 34 right now.
Also, Jason Schwartzman, I forgot, was in an episode of this.
That's top grade stuff. You don't get to.
Well, to be fair, this is all when they were much younger. Seth Rogen over here is 17 years old, and they're all early 20s. They're all early 20s. I think it's much fair.
Give us the money back, right?
Yeah.
Alright. You know, it's hard to find matches for you guys. No one in Canada looks like you.
You know what? I think I'm gonna go with Jesus here. I think I can pull it off.
Fine, a sane. Alright. Oh, guys, by the way.
Can you tell he's Nicolas Cage's cousin? This guy. This is Jason Schwartzman. He's a Coppola, but
Tomorrow, Silverman's, we're having a big sale, half off on dress shirts. Maybe you guys come by, look you up. Be nice.
Oh, thanks, Alex.
no, I believe Seth Rogen was an actual teen when this was filmed. Let's see. Yeah, he is. But Freaks and Geeks is great. I love that show so much. Let's see. I believe Seth Rogen was actually okay. He was born in 1982. Oh, he's literally 10 years older than me. And this show came out in 1992, in 1999. So yeah. He was 17. He was 17 when this was filmed. Yeah. But also National Treasure. James Franco was 21. And well, he was 19. And I believe, and let's see, how old was Linda? What is this? I'm curious to see this. And when would have Linda Capaldi? No. I love Linda Capaldi, by the way. Like Carapelli. And Linda Carapelli was actually the oldest. Linda Carapelli was actually the oldest. She was 25. The rest of them were in their early. The rest of them were either teenagers or in their early 20s. So not so bad. This guy? I think I've seen this.
Whitney, baby, one more time. Hit me, baby. You know, Brittany is always a good one. All right.
Yes, this is a good one. I like this one.
No, it's Brittany, bitch. My wedding, yeah, it's getting me. I must confess, I still believe. When I came with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. The fact that you all in unison just sang "Whip Me Baby One More Time," or that there was never a doubt in my mind that you would. Wait this way. This tiger's scared.
You know, for a project in film class once, it's crazy. I like him. For a project in film class once, I had to resound, sound effects. I had to resound effect a whole scene. It was a scene in Indiana Jones, and I bought a whip for it. So because there was whip sounds I had to do, and holy heck, let me tell you, I hurt myself so many times trying to do those dang whip sounds. It was fun, but it was also scary. No, I whipped bad. Wasn't good at it. Hurt. Accidentally struck myself in the back. Hurt like heck. Yes. I do have a little bit of a learning curve. I do have to admit that. I was reading a whole thing online. I guess, like, because of TikTok, like, circus performers are making, like, circus arts are coming back in, like, a big style. Let's listen to something. I theoretically opus I could have, but I wanted to be special. I wanted everybody else was doing stuff like that. I wanted to actually just buy a whip and do it.
Voyaged far in skies unknown, by seeking treasure unforetold, and from the stars and darkness deep, I find my way back home. To an ocean's throne, adventures high, our wills alone. We journeyed seeking treasure right, and now we sail for home. Home. Home.
Yeah, when is it next? I'm excited. I'm excited. I've always liked the idea of Spelljammer. I've always thought it was a cool idea, and I've all, yeah, that poor hamster. I was pretty sad. Well, I'm just gonna play hamster. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, there, Opus. Did you try and enter the Lofi Girl one contest? I'm gonna order the books because it ended. But you should still, if you have an idea, you should still work on it. Oh, that's the channel I've been looking for. Yeah, 1 second. I just wanna. I've been wanting to. I love this channel right here. They have some really cool music. This is the one I wanted to listen to. This is Tartar folk music. The Tartars are essentially. Let's look at it. Are essentially a Mongol. Let's see. In Tramper Times is fighting travelers and writers from write an original, factual first-person novelty. Oh. Well, this is a non-fiction contest. If you're curious in trying that. Now, the Tartars are kind of a non-fiction is fun to write if you can nail it. Yeah. Well, Tartars are essentially, yeah, that's what I thought. They're essentially a mixed. They're a Turkic group, and they're found a lot in and they have origin, and they're found. They're a Turkic group in Russia and stuff. So that's what we're listening to right now. You can hear the Mongolian. You can hear like the steppe influence because there's a lot of throats. There's throat singing, but yeah. What do you? Let's see. I don't pay for shit. See, here's the thing. I don't like paying for things. Ooh, there we go. I like this idea. So can you create like your own Wikipedia on this? That would be fun. stupid. Just tell me how to open it. Let's see. No, just tell me how to. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can. No, tell me about this. I don't think you have. I'll look into that later. Oh, that's cool. That's all. Is it Lingo Jam? Oh, Crit Translator. Here it is. That's cool. Huba es levnuba, don hartmind bau usnischer sor. You should. You 100% should. All right, Pixie. I believe in you. And I am sorry to hear that. We're just kind of having a low-key, chill day. Relaxing, hanging, being all cool. You can do it! I did have an idea for for a fantasy book. No. What's your book about, Pixie? Well, I have to ask people. I was just reminded of the show today, and I really liked it. Numbers lie and deceive you. I don't know that. Did anybody ever see a TV show called Carnival? Or Carnival? It was a it was an early fantasy series by HBO. It's really good. Just reminded of it today.
Son, where's your mom?
It's sir.
Just thinking.
Can't just leave it.
Getting the hell out of here.
In desperate times, the good Lord looks over the flock and chooses one man to inspire multitudes, one man to accomplish the impossible, and who are we to judge the wisdom of the Almighty?
I'll read your trust. To magician reversed, you have a great talent, ability. It's been wasted, unfulfilled, a gift you've hidden from others. Ben, what are you hiding?
We have no church for the blacks. The flock had chosen to lead, chosen by the Lord God. He spoke to Paris, and I shall carry out his will.
Praise the Lord.
Drought and pestilence pester in the very heart of this great land. What are they, if not harbingers of the apocalypse?
How long have you been like that?
Pray with me, sister. Pray.
You got the gift. You're marked by the beast. Don't touch me.
Moses has spoken to Paris. He chose this.
There's rules, boy. You can't live. You gotta take it from something else.
Last night, Father asked me to read his dreams. It almost destroyed me.
Think you can hide what you are?
He's the one. She's the lady who touched the image of God. Walking down the street,
There's been a fire ministry.
My God, where are the children?
Tell me what you want me to do today!
You must listen to what your dreams tell you. No matter how
And Jesus led our spirit to the wilderness.
Tonight I'd like to tell you a story of a man named Brother Justin.
stinks of demons.
Anyways.
Seek retribution.
Anyways, that was Carnival. That's a really good show. Got canceled too early. But if you like historical fantasy shows, fantasy shows with very good acting and writing, that's one to check out. Also has Clancy Brown as one of the main actors. Can't go wrong with that. Tell me what got canceled too early. And Pixie, what is your book about? We're having a very low-key day here, I think. Was that the one about the assassination thing? Which one was this? This one? No, not this one. Was it this one? Was that the one about the assassin? The school that teaches teens how to be assassins? It was called Deadly Class. That's what it's called. What was the class about? I'm curious. I've never heard of this show. I had an idea for. Oh, that sounds fun. Was one of the guys who was it was oh, Lizzie Kaplan was in that? I love Lizzie Kaplan. Oh, and she was on Freaks and Geeks, of course. Everybody I love. Was she in this? Everybody I love originates from Freaks and Geeks, I'm finding. Yes, I know that show. Co-created by one of the people who created Friends. Oh yes, but everybody did fine. I'm looking at the cast list right now. Jason Ritter was in it. Lizzie Kaplan was in it. Well, Jesse Tyler Ferguson was in it. Jesse Tyler Ferguson went on to play. He was Mitch in Modern Family. Jonathan Burrell. He plays the Punisher. Oh, Andrea. Oh, she's somebody who should have been bigger. She was in Better Off Ted. Yeah. I liked her. The Punisher. What would be a good name for a city? We need something. Let's see. Cities. No, that's not terrible. Sorry if that sounds mean. I'm just. No, I don't. Actually, I kind of like that. My only objection is I don't know if I'll remember how to spell that. I will, if I pursue this idea, I probably will change it to something a little bit easier to spell for me, but I like that. Klagsmere. No, that's a good name. I wanted something like vaguely Eastern European. I probably should just pick something Eastern European, but the plot I have is not. I hate copying things from Twitch into Google Docs. They always make it more difficult than it should be. There it is. Oh, well, it also has weird highlights, and it for some... It makes... It just makes it annoying, because you have to just do a bunch of stuff to make it look right. Theoretically I could, but it's just easier to copy and paste it and change and post than doing a bunch of other stuff. So, Opus, tell me, are you working on anything right now? Yeah. Well, let's talk about this, Opus. Let's try and get you on something. Yes, I liked that idea. That sounded fun. Okay. Okay. Cool. So what do you mean by determining viability? That's awesome. Okay. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. I have to say, I got this new keyboard here, and it feels like amazing to use. I love it so much. So, what have you got so far? Yeah. And it has a little padding for your wrists, which is nice. So your wrists sit comfortably as you work with your keyboard. So, could I briefly talk about YA fiction? If that's okay for a brief minute, because I have I have a very specific complaint about YA fiction. Um, it seems the new, from what I'm reading, um, it seems the new trend in YA fiction is fantasy stories based on Eastern European, or specifically on Slavic, like on Slavic countries and stuff. So, as a person of Slavic origin, uh, this is a thing that you know, true, I'm a Western Slav, but so this is the first time fantasy has started to like pop into my realm of knowledge. Like why fantasy has started to, and I don't like it. I don't like what they're doing. It feels like they're fucking everything up. Um, I don't know enough, so I might. This is definitely a broad generalization, but I just heard of one book. I read the synopsis to one of these books, and it's about a fictionalized version of Russia fighting an evil king in a fictionalized Poland. And if I could briefly explain a little bit about the history about that. That's such a fucked up take on the history of Russia and Poland. When Russia has been spending the last several hundred years attempting to get conducting brutal imperialistic campaigns against the Polish people. Okay, so Slavic is a little hard to define, but because the origins of what is Slavic is difficult to pinpoint down. A lot of people think they're related to an ancient tribe of antiquity called the Veneti, and that could possibly be true, but there's very little actual historical evidence to it. Slavic people are a distinct cultural group in the Euro world, and they're concentrated. Well, there's Slavs everywhere, but when you think Eastern Europe, that's mostly Slavic. So Russia, Ukraine, Poland, Czechoslovakia, parts of Hungary, and stuff like that is Siberia, Bosnia. People mostly centered around the Black Sea, and there's a lot of Slavic centered around the Black Sea. It is a distinct culture. It also has its own mythology, much like the Norse. The Slavs had their own religion for a long time. They are a unique culture within Europe, and I say this to say that, one, I am Slavic, that is my family origin. That in German, but so is everybody in the world. And recently I've been on a pretty big trying to reconnect with Slavic culture and stuff like that. So I just want to say, if you're a YA fantasy writer out there, I'm all for more Slavic fantasy. I'm all for more Slavic fantasy. I'm a big proponent of that. I think it's a fascinating. I like the culture. I like the people and the stories. I'm just saying, please, for the love of God, actually read what the history is. And I get it. Russia is kind of cool. I mean, we all thought that up till now. But please, for the love of God, be honest about what Russia's very brutal imperial history does to other Slavs. Well, the real famous one is the. I only know, and I said kind of don't. I only know a little bit about this, but what is it? It had a Netflix series that came out recently. It's a real There's a real popular series that is essentially Slavic. Is a YA Slavic fantasy. It's on Netflix. And I just want to say, just don't. Shadow and Bone. That's what it is. From what I understand, it's the popularity of Shadow and Bone that has made this a big deal. Because Shadow and Bone is essentially about a fantasy version of Russia. And I'm saying this out and out. I don't have enough knowledge to make any official claims to this. I'm just saying to everybody in the world, be like, learn what the actual history is before like basing it off of culture, because there's a lot. There's a lot. Slavic history is very complicated. Yeah. Well, I was offended because I read. Because I read about. Um, oh, very very Slavic. It's. I haven't either, but it's a fantasy version of Russia. So it has. So it's essentially, yeah. That's Russia is the biggest Slavic country in the world. So yeah. And what Slavic is and what Slavic means is very complicated to people. Like I'm a Western, like my family is are Western Slavs, which is different from Eastern Slavs. And Western Slavs are essentially the Slavic people that kind of intermixed with the Germans is a real basic qualification of that. So, because part of the problem with all this is the Russians have always considered themselves the protector of all Slavs, but that's not necessarily a good thing. It means essentially they want all Slavic nations under their control. Anyways, I just thought it was funny. It's like you take a look at the history of Poland and Russia's relationship, and you're like, yeah, Poland's the bad guy in this, not Russia. Essentially spending 400 years trying to fuck up Poland's whole thing at every opportunity. Like I was trying to think. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, and what's interesting is the Slavs have their own gods. As opposed to the I mean, they're definitely an Indo-European tribe because they share a lot of similarities between other Indo-Europeans, but so you've heard of one of them, the real famous one, Chernobog. You may have even seen Chernobog on. I like that. I always like that. You may. I like that. Oh, that's good. I like that stuff. I actually like it when fantasies like deal with like real situations. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't demand like my fantasies to be accurate, even especially especially in fantasy and stuff. I'm just saying, it's a little bit rich for like some fantasy series to like I don't know. It's a little bit like I'm trying to say a version that isn't offensive here. I'm trying to like be non-offensive here, but it's kind of offensive. It'd be like no, don't want to use that comparison. Uh, that's even an even worse comparison. Uh, I don't know. Just it's like how can use a little bit more modern example if like somebody tried to do a fantasy version of the Iraq War. It's like, oh man, oh man, all these small little power groups are. Oh man, like I can't believe this tiny country is like trying to screw us over, screw us, the most powerful nation in the world, over. Um, you know, a little something like that. I have in fact thought. Okay, real time a little bit. I have thought about more than once trying to do a fantasy version of the Iraq War, but it would be yeah. It, and I know that sounds weird because I was just like, well, that would be a bad idea, but there's a way you could do it. I think. Uh, More to the point, it would be the idea I had was maybe a little bit dark. Uh, or I guess we could use this example. It's like no, I just can't. I can't say an example, any equivalent example, because they're all really offensive. Um, just in thought process, when people do this, like ask yourself, are we sympathizing with the bigger Are we sympathizing with the bigger nation that's pushing around? Oh well, I was trying to think of real life examples, and they're all pretty bad. I was going to be like, I don't know. Just think. I have such a big problem with like how monarchy in fantasy is displayed kind of is displayed kind of like critically, you know. And I get it's a fantasy, but a lot of fantasy seems to have the opinion that like, no, monarchy was great, and we should just do more of it. And yeah, people should just be. There are people who are naturally born to lead, lead us, and then there are lessers. Yeah. Well, because all the fantasy, it's kind of a remnant of where fantasy comes from, which is fantasy is essentially doing like chivalric, modernized takes on like ancient novels of chivalry, you know, which were written at the time where monarchies existed, and that stuff was very unquestioned. So it's kind of a remnant of like where fantasy gets its inspiration from, you know. So we have to like think past that a little bit as a concept, because it's very outdated. Yeah. Oh, don't casually overthrow a prince. Opus. Don't casually overthrow it. Make that the whole story. Because one idea I've had for a long. Yeah. Well, one idea I've had for a long time is I wanted to do a series, a fantasy series that takes place right after they overthrow the evil king, and like exactly how, like what that actually means. Because overthrowing a king is a, yeah, yeah, and it's basically like it would start like literally wherever, where like all fantasy, a lot of old fantasies end. It's like, yay, we destroyed the evil king. Oh God, we just led brutal war. Oh God, we just eliminated a power structure, and now we're gonna have to reestablish one. Yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's like, so. But what are they? What are they gonna? So Opus, can I do some quizzing? Can I do some quizzing about your thing? I, I promise not. I promise not to be mean. I'm just. It's just. I just. I'd like to. Yeah. Like, yeah. All of a sudden, there's a power vacuum, and that's an even more dangerous time than people think. I promise not to be mean. I'm just curious how you want to pull this idea. I just would like to give you, maybe point you in some directions. So here's the thing about power, essentially. Okay, who replaces your guy? Uh, is your system a feudal system? Yeah, yeah. It's just more like it's more. Yeah, it's more. Yeah, I would agree. It's more like that. I'm just curious. Okay, but who? You don't need it like a character's name, but who exactly replaces it? Is it another monarch? Is it another monarch? Is it a where are they from? Are they from that land, or are they a foreigner with a claim to the throne? Okay, so feudal systems. Okay, so feudal systems are essentially a system where the people belong to the land. So what type of system? People belong to the land, essentially. It's somewhat like slavery, but it's not slavery. And the land, yeah, and the land is ruled over with a lord. So what type of system replaces it? So if it's a feudal system doesn't mean your characters can. Okay, but so what feudal system means though is your character, any person who is a serf cannot freely leave leave their land. So that would make them runaways. So what type of system replaces it? Is it democracy? Is it a democracy, a republic, an elected council? Is it a constitutional? Is it a constitutional monarchy? No. This is why I'm asking you this stuff, because stuff like this has to like. Is it an electoral? Is it an elected monarchy? Is it a straight democracy? What type of democracy is it? Is it parliament? Is it parliamentary? Is it parliamentary? Is it you can go even classic antiquarian? Is it representation? Is it representational? Is it a constitutional monarchy? Does your main character also have a claim to the throne? Okay, makes sense. They live outside the feudal system. That's a thing that existed. So, but is your character the one that takes over? So, like, one of the questions of fantasy you have to kind of ask yourself is what are the characters? One of, like, I think a character question I always think about is like, what's the character's relationship to the state? You know? Okay. But a prince being deposed usually will lead into a civil war, Opus, is kind of what I'm trying to imply. Like a royal family being deposed means that there's a civil war happening. Does the deposition happen because the prince loses favor with the lords? How much power did the Sorry if I'm asking too many questions. You know, this is kind of the type of stuff. Very. I don't know. I've never really shown people much of my fantasy stuff and things before, but. Oh, okay. So, that's a real thing. What is? So, is the prince the main leader? So that's called a regent. That's called a regency. So he is he. So he's the one. So the prince is the one in charge. So that's called a regent. That's a regency. So who's appointed regent? Kings who abdicated. Yeah. You gotta get to work at that. Okay, Let's see. List of monarchs who've advocated. So, what would you say this society is kind of like? A lot of Japanese. Okay. What? So does he? So does this person become monarch of the land? Yeah. Well, let's figure that out, Opus. So is this like a medieval? Is this like a medieval place? Yeah. Well, I mean, medieval is so. There's like lords and stuff like that, right? But is the leader called a prince? No, 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 no. You don't need to. You don't need to. You use real history. Use real history until you. But real history gives you a guide to how all this stuff actually works. So, is there like a prince? Would you say this is like traditional, like English fantasy usually? Okay, so let's start with the base. Let's start with a basic question here. When the leader dies, let's start with a basic question here. When the leader dies, what happens? Who? When the monarch, when the head of the country dies, who becomes in charge? Who inherits that? Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying is it's not an there's not preset laws for inheritance. Okay. So there's not royal progenitor. Okay. But there's two possible people who can inherit. So that's interesting. That's so okay. So that's more of a Charlemagne thing. So is it the king's job to decide? Okay. No problem. Yeah. That can mean that, yeah. These terms are kind of so in the royal. So what you're saying is the Dolphin is the first one in the royal line of succession, and then the next one is the prince. That's fine. So okay, basic question: is it the king's? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so if the king's oldest child, is it the oldest son inherits first? That's usually how it goes. Okay. So where is the person that your character marries? Are they the oldest kid, or are they somewhere in the, in the middle? Okay, so he's the oldest. So we figured that out. So when his father dies, he will inherit the throne. The Dauphin is, I believe, is a French term, if I am not mistaken. It, yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, because the Dauphin was that term pops up when you read about Joan of Arc and all that stuff. Because yeah, no, it's a real term. Yeah, yeah, because there was a whole big civil war between the Dauphin. So what's essentially happening is the prince is abdicating in favor of somebody else. That's what that means. So we have the inheritance figured out. Okay. And that happened. That's happened before. Usually that would go to a younger brother, though. See what I mean, though? It would be hard for a stranger to do that. What theoretically could happen, and here's historically how this happens. So, Opus, does your prince have a sister? Well, theoretically, your prince. So there's a theoretical way to get how usually houses change. How usually houses change, and how usually like some like a new person takes the crown. How a new person takes the crown usually in history is a guy will marry the king's daughter and somebody would marry the king's daughter and use that connection to take the crown. Usually the crown in theory goes to their kid, but it was usually the guy who was the one in charge. So you could theoretically like, what if like the friend like falls in love with like maybe the prince's sister or something, and that he kind of uses that position to take the crown. That's a possibility. But royal pretender. But royal pretender also can also be determined by because that's a fairly world-shattering event, you know, a shifting a shifting of royal houses. And realistically, anybody with a claim to the throne and support of the lords could take a kingdom, as often did happen. But that doesn't necessarily be how half a king could succeed. Theoretically, there's a cousin. He has a cousin. You know, historically, and the Anglo-Saxons did this. Lords voted on who could take the place, and theoretically, a woman could take the place. A woman could, in theory, take it if she had a relation to the throne. So you could just like have your character kind of bow out of trying to take the throne, but that creates because it's very hard to give up. That creates an issue in it of itself. Is, you know, what happens, say, when the king learns that the son doesn't want power? That weakens the king. This is kind of how I think about. Yeah, that can work too. Ooh, nothing saying she can't take both thrones. They did that too. It's hard to hold, but you can do that. Polish with Lithuania, Austria, Hungary. But that's a big story in and of itself. What happens when two thrones are? What happens when two thrones are united? And by the way, what I'm fascinated by is the particularities of, like, I'm always fascinated by intrigue and stuff like that. So don't take like how I would want to write a story. Like, don't take that to heart. You know, like, there's a million ways to write a story, and the way I would want to write a story like that is focus on the intrigues of how this all works, and how, like, say, a person like that manages to take the throne. But it's not really, you know, just because that's what I would want to do doesn't mean that that's what's right for your story. So you could theoretically put in a thing where like the leader is elected, you know, and make this character maybe make the character a distant relation, like have him be some relation, have them be some like relation to the king, like to the royal house, and that's a way you could easily do it. And it like if the prince throws their support behind this character, then it's not like then it's like I'm not interested in the throne, and the rest of usually the rest of the lords will theoretically go like yeah. No, of course not. You can tell what I'm all. You can tell like the stuff I focus on, but um, yeah. You need to just like my advice if you want to remain historically accurate, and there's nothing that you actually have to do, is give your character some claim to the throne. Give this character some claim, like some theoretical claim to the throne. You know, like maybe make him marry his sister or something. That's theoretic. That's how I would handle that. Yeah, like make him a distant relative, but give him a good claim to the throne. Give him an authentic claim to the throne, and then it's pretty easy to go like, well, he does have a claim to the throne, and the prince. Yeah, that could work. You could also here's another blah 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 blah. Here's another way you can do it. Does the prince is the next heir apparent like super young? Yeah. Is the next heir apparent super young? Like, is the next heir apparent like a kid or something? God, I can see Knight's Tale. Okay. Here's a real easy way to do this then. So here's another way you can do this. Make okay, the throne doesn't change technically, but here's what happens. So your prince takes himself out of the running somehow, and so the throne goes to like a 5-year-old kid. And what that means though is before there needs to be a regent for this 5-year-old, and that's how your character is appointed. So your character is essentially the king of the place. Your character is essentially the king of the place and all by name until this kid grows up and can rule on his own. Because that's very, very common in history, that happening. So yeah, make like the brother like So the succession really isn't violated, and make, you know. So like here's how like maybe a real life situation would play out like this. Um, maybe the king is like old, kind of too old himself to really do much. Is like too old himself. Well, that depends. Is it that depends? What does that mean exactly? Can women inherit the throne? Because there's a few ways. There would be a few different ways to happen. In real life, say in England, it would go to the next. For most of the history, it would go to the next male heir. Okay. So this is kind of complicated to explain. So it's not super complicated, but it's a little bit complicated. Okay, so here's what happens. I'm going to be very basic about this. Let's see. Original king. Let's make this a bit. Let's see. Original king. Let's see. This would be, let's say your prince's this would be your prince's grandfather. Has let's say four sons. And it's not impossible for women to inherit the throne, just saying, but has four sons. This son is now the king. This son is now the king. And let's say he has two sons of his own. He has two sons. And this one doesn't for some reason. Okay, so I mean it's a little bit more simple now that I put it out here. So let's say this guy, he dead. Or, let's see. Okay. This guy dead. These two sons die or abdicate or whatever. So the next in line would be their uncle. The next in line would be their uncle, and if the uncle is dead, then the next in line would be a nephew. But if let's say this one, say if this one has a son. Let's say if this one has a son. If this one has a son and he dies, and if this prince dies, then the son, then his son. Traditionally, what happens is then his son would inherit the throne, and then then it would be the brother. That's kind of how it works. Each time one of the people in the main line has a kid, everybody gets pushed back once. But in modern days, it's any kid. So if you look at this as like, say, William and the current royalty, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Charles, Prince William, George, Charlotte, and Archie, and then Henry. And then it goes from, I don't know who's next after Charles. Well, one of them. They're all fuck ups in some way. So that's basically how succession goes. Every time somebody has a kid, everybody moves back one. So you get these kind of crazy. You know, let's look at the actual. Let's look at what the English. What the actual English line of succession is. Let's do it because it goes pretty deep. So the current line of succession is this: Queen Elizabeth, Charles, Prince William, Prince George, Prince Charlotte, it's Louis, Prince Louis, and then if all those people go, then it's Prince Harry, and if not Prince Harry, then it's Archie, then it's Lilibet, and if all those people mysteriously get murdered somehow, knock on wood, then it would be the rapist, Prince Andrew, and if, like, say, Prince Andrew gets shipped in prison, it'll be Princess Beatrice, his daughter, and so on and so forth. And there's Prince Edward, who's the youngest child. He's 14th in line. Let's see. It gets kind of funny the further you get down, because it's like... And currently, the currently the lowest on the list that warrants a Wikipedia page is James Olvey, who is 57th in line. And it seems a little... Oh, is this the supermodel? There's one who's a supermodel. No. Not that she's not pretty. That's mean. I'm sorry. That's how it works for the British, essentially. I mean, so if none of the sons would take over, it would be his brother or his nephew. And they might be inclined to pick like a nephew usually, just because so. Yeah. And I know it's figured out to like the two, like, let's see. I'm curious because I know it gets the full English line of succession. The regent. Well, a lot of times the regents take over, but that would be well, the regent would not be the official king. The regent would not be the official king of the land, but in all but name, they would be. Because what the regent's job is to do, the regent's job is to take the regent's job is to run the country while the actual heir is too young for it. So, like, your character will, and regents have popular regents have vast amounts of power. So, whoever this character is can essentially be in charge of will essentially be in charge of the place for like 16 years. So that's a pretty good that's a pretty good reign, for somebody. And then, if the regent gives up the power, they'll probably become a lord. They'll probably become some sort of lord or something. Because even if the regents usually get quite a fair amount of power, no matter what. Even the ones who like do what they're supposed to do. Yeah. See, we figured something out. No problem. Yeah, a lot of my problems with like my D&D campaigns that I try and write up is I get too focused on like power scheming and power structures, which is the thing I'm always most interested in books. Like right now, this idea I have is essentially yeah. There are no weaknesses. There are just things you don't know about. Like I've had this idea in my head for a long time, and it's partly based on a Crusader Kings playthrough I did once, where I've played Crusader Kings on here before. So essentially, what happened once was there was a Crusader Kings is fun. You can play as any sort of lord or anything, and I was playing as in the Kingdom of Sicily, and the character I had, the royal family I had, there was a massive plague that ran through everybody, ran through my entire royal family, and 8 different and my entire royal family, yeah, literally my entire the entire line of succession all died except for one daughter who was 14 years old. And that meant she's the one who was in charge. And this happened right as like 5 different enemies were attacked. 5 different like kingdoms were trying to attack me. And somehow I managed. And she was a book smart, she had zero war training. She was like her specialty was like in book smart. Her whole thing was she was she was I think she was like a theocratic intellectual or something. Is like what her not destined for a leadership position at all. But suddenly she gets played. She's the only one left, and she has to somehow. I have to somehow use her to beat back literally everybody and maintain my throne. and I did it somehow. Like she had terrible stats. The country was broke, and I managed to win with her and create and create a powerful kingdom. Yes, right? Wouldn't it be a good book? I've always thought that run would make an excellent book. So that's basically my idea. Yes, yes. I've always thought that would be like a good idea for a fantasy, like a young adult fantasy book. Essentially, is like just like a far off daughter of a king essentially has to like steer a nation. It's a lot of fun. It's very addictive. But like there's all the best runs like fun stories come out of it, like that makes you feel like you're in the middle of like say Game of Thrones or something. Um because the other run I love talking about so much that I had once is I was in Asia playing a nomadic tribe, and my leader had fallen in love. My leader had fallen in love and got married to this peasant woman, and just as like they were settling into their life together, a raid happened. She got kidnapped by a much more powerful leader than me. Like it was a whole khanate, and I had and he made her his concubine. Then he killed her, and so for the rest of that run, I spent the whole time. My leader spent the whole time working tirelessly to slowly but surely destroy the more powerful Khanate as revenge. And I managed to capture all his lands, take his crown, and as he was running away, I sent assassins to kill him as revenge for killing my wife. Yeah, that sounds pretty fun too, right? Mm-hmm. He was pretty mad when that happened. Callie! Ooh, guys, 1 second. I have to go to the restroom. And that would make a great story too, right? Like a great historical. I'll be back in 1 second. We're back. And yes, Kelly, you are. Sorry about that. Pretty clear rule here. Stream is not a dating service. Okay. You're not banned, but you are timed out. Sorry about that, Broken. Anyways. Callie has been. I had warned Callie to not do that. He did that once, and I didn't like it. So, yeah. Hit on people on your own time. That's not my job. Anyways. Yes. Well, he's in timeout for 10 minutes. That'll give him time to think about what he did. And then you can come back. Anyways, what we were saying. Yeah, I've always thought, like, there's been a lot of fun things that's happened in Crusader Kings that I kind of wish I could turn. I don't know. I'm just exploring ideas at the moment. I don't have any really definitive plans. I will get back to work on my main project because one of my New Year's resolutions was I would finish that before I'm 30, but I just don't want to do that right now. It's really quite fun. We could play it. I have a rule that I have to write 300 words before I let myself play it. How many have I written? Yeah. Well, I'm turning 30 this year, and that was my resolution. Was that I would finish it before. It's kind of my birthday resolution is that I would finish that project before I turn 30. I'm at 278. But I don't have any ideas for right now, so I'm just kind of exploring different ideas. What hallway? Hallway? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm closer to that then. I'm at 286. I just need like 20. Um, yeah. Oh, no. Let's see. Oh, no. I just need 11 more words and I'm there. Um, oh, it definitely does. But I've had this scene in my head for a long time, so I'm just. Yeah. Okay. 367. Do we want to play some Crusader Kings? We can play some Crusader Kings. That might be fun for a little bit. So it's this idea I've had in my head for a while where it's essentially the main character, whoever she is, the guy, the lords, essentially are quickly plotting to kick her, throw her out, and replace her with somebody they can control. And like this is the first sign that she might be more ready to play. Like the idea is always in my head. Like this is like the hint. This is the first time we realize that she is very ready to play the game as it should be. Okay, welcome back, Callie. You'll get that back, maybe. Maybe. when I feel you've earned it. Okay, let's play. Now, of course, this game might be only appealing to me as a person, because I am very, 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 very obsessive in that way. When I know I can trust you again, Callie, I'll give you your sword back. When I know I can trust you again. Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah. This was my latest campaign, where I rebuilt the Kingdom of Armenia. Okay, so what year should we play? 1867 or 1066? So 1867 is the end. Is the end of the is. Yeah. Well, we only get to pick one though, unfortunately. Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll start a. No, wait 1 second. Let me do this. 1 second. I know what I'll do. Okay. Yeah, we can just flip a coin. Heads 1867. 867. Okay. We're playing a later date. Okay. We're playing the fate of England. Okay. So this is everywhere we can play, and we can get even more specific. If we want to, like, say, play like a minor nobility in France, we can also do that, or a minor nobility in the whole Roman Empire, or we could be part of the Khanate, or we can be a small tribe up in Siberia. Where would we want to play? We can be in India. We can be in Korea. We can be in Arabia, Africa. Oh yeah, this is no new worlds. Only old world. So no America. None of the Americas. There are. What culture would you like to play in? We can be Scandinavian. We can be Mongolian. We can be. There's a lot of real fun picks. Ooh, this is clearly this is the Ottoman Empire. Japan is not available at the moment right now, mostly because they're those bastards are saving it for DLC. So you want to play Scotland? Let's play Scotland. We can play Scotland. Do you want to play do we want to play as the King of Scotland, or do we want to play like with one of the little vassals? So do we want to be in charge of all of Scotland, or do we want to be just in charge of part of Scotland? Oh, fun story. Duchy of Moray, that's where Macbeth was located. Yeah, you can get really like granular with all this stuff. It's really fun. We can also play in Ireland, if you're also curious about that. Ireland at this moment is not together, so we could try and unite we could try and like create. Okay, let's play it as a vassal. I like playing as vassals better because like starting out in like smaller situations, because that means it's easier to insert like your own character into the smaller situation. Then it's a little bit strange to like say create a fictional king, because when all the kings are based, yeah. Okay. Do we want to create our own character? We don't have to play as this guy. We can create our own. What do we want her to be good at? Do we want to play as a man or a woman? And we can change appearance. I'm letting you pick, Opus, so feel free. Feel free. There's tons of choices in this game. Yeah. Well, currently they're So right now this is a male preference line. So what that means is she'll be in charge, but her son will take over for her. Because right now we're under we're a Catholic. We're a Catholic, and so the Catholics have male preferences. To change that, we have to essentially take over. We have to create our own church, and that can be done, but it's difficult to pull off. There's some difficult. What do we want her to be? There's essentially we can have her be like a like master of intrigue, master of diplomacy, master of like economics, master of war, or enlightened thinker. Is she good at like spies, diplomacy, money, fighting, or thinking? And they're all good. They're all good, but we all. Okay. How smart do we want her to be? Do we want her? Let's see. Astute intellectual. We'll make them that so that we can. Now. Usually, we want some good inheritable traits to start out. Do we want them to be pretty? Do we want them to be pretty? Do we want them to be smart? Do we want them to be strong? they're an astute intellectual, it's usually good. Yeah. Well, we only have a certain amount of points we can use though, so we have to be smart about this. We can make them quick and comely, quick and handsome, and intellectual and comely. And we don't have to go with this face, by the way. We can see. You can customize. Yeah, we can customize the character. There's hairstyles and stuff like that we can pick. Just tell me when you find something you like. Which one do you like? Right. Where was the curly hair? Was it this one? This one? This one? Okay, we'll start again. Braided, pigtails, long Norse was it this one? Okay. Let's see. Double twin, medium wavy, long and curly, jewel, wavy sides. Yeah. The loose. Yeah. This one right here. Yeah, I picked that one a lot. I always think that one's a good looking one. What hair color do we want her to be? And we can get really granular if we want. So what's going to happen though is her kids. Yeah. Oh, I don't care. We can have an afro. We can have long with corn, single knot, braids, rolled up braids, wavy. Let's see. Medium wavy. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. It had. Yeah. This is Scotland. It has to be red hair. Let's do that. That's fine. Okay. I gave her a strong intellect and a comely appearance. And we'll give her a miracle worker trait. Miracle worker trait that'll work well. That always it's good to get one of those because that means we can build up skills without. We can build up extra skills. Okay, that works. Okay, let's get her. Let's get her a good name. They have a lot of names from the actual culture, but we don't have to. What should we name her? I'm just going through. Delia? Okay. Now, what should the dynasty be named? Macintosh. I usually just generate a random one. How about MacTorfin? That's a decent one. so a lot of Scottish like dynasty names will have like Mac something. Okay. Mactelka. Okay. There we go. Okay. She's 16 years old, and she's just inherited the Duchy of Buchanan. The Moordom of Buchanan. She is currently a Catholic. Oh, do we want to decide what her sexuality is? Heterosexual, bisexual, homosexual, bisexual, or asexual? A lot of choices in this game. Bi? And she is bi. Okay. Okay, learning. This is learning. So what should we focus? What should she focus on? Medicine, scholarship, or theology? Medicine's good because it'll make them live longer. Scholarship's a little bit useless if you're not in charge of your own culture. And theology is good if we want to start a religion. Which you always do, but she doesn't really have the power to back that up yet. Let's do medicine. Just make her live longer. Now we got to choose her. Now we got to choose her husband. I always look for people with inheritable traits, because that means, yeah. I always look for people with inheritable traits because that means she'll get. That means when she has kids, that'll be passed down. Hartwick here, and Halfdan is considered beautiful, which means they're very good looking. Hartman here is considered quite intelligent. Ota here is considered robust. What do we want to go with? Okay, I'm gonna pick Harfand here. He doesn't have any. He can't inherit. He doesn't have any titles to inherit, but it's good to start off strong with a liege. Okay. We have to do nothing for that. Okay, let's start the game. Okay, let's see. We're currently petitioning the king. Okay, so I'm trying to get a position on his council. He'll get a hook over me. Yeah, worth it. So that means I'm currently on his council right here as his chancellor. Hold mythical conversation. Now we'll get in trouble with our priest, but that's okay. Damn it. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, damn it. I mean, he increased my taxes. Fuck. I just got screwed. Damn it, I just got screwed. And I've been placed under charge of somebody new, under the Duke of Moray. See, I've already been betrayed. Oh, good, I'm pregnant. Okay. Aha! Okay. What should... We'll name her after myself. Because I'm smart and beautiful. Okay. Well, we're not going to get that. And the sun is going to take over, so I'll marry him off to there. Okay. Boop. So it's a lot of this. It's a lot of a million little plans you have to. So what should our goal be? Should we just focus on building up our own space, or should we plot to sneak the duchy up to sneak what should we do? We could plot to take Scotland for ourselves. Oh, they're just mating like rabbits here. Okay. Plotting to take Scotland ourselves is complicated, but we can pull this off. But we need let's see. Nope. I'm going to try and seduce the Pope. I don't know. What should we name our son? Oh, totally. Damn it, of course the son has the worst stats. That always happens. Exactly. Yeah. Let's see, I'm trying. Oh, my leech, the guy who was in charge of me just took over, So Scotland is an elected throne. So the way we could do the way we do this is essential. We're gonna play. Oh, it usually is an elected. How am I this far down? Am I fourth in line? Okay, what is actually the? Okay. So okay, so there's a few ways to pull this off. Okay, one of the ways we're probably gonna. Why? I'm pretty sure this is an elected throne. Why is? Huh. That's curious. Usually Scotland is an elected throne. And why am I fourth in line succession? Let's see. Well, a rebellion is happening, and I do not have the. The Pope rejected me. What bullshit is that? Never. Let's get her a female lover. Let's see. I usually try and get them. I usually try and get them like if they're yeah, that's more age appropriate. Seduce. It's always good. I won't name him after our husband. Aha! Put on Utola. He will be a mighty warrior. The way I'm going to have to pull this off is I'm going to have to get him. You know what we'll do? Oh, damn. There we go. There we go. Now Alpia has been changed to an elected throne. Okay. Let's see. We'll find a girl with a pressed claim. Okay. We're gonna marry her. We'll marry her off to my son. We're gonna marry her off to my son, and now we're going full. We're going full Wuzit Gen here, and it's time. It's time to try and manipulate. So this is the full election, and it's time to try and manipulate each one of these people into electing her as the next ruler, thus making my son the King of Scotland. Oh, no, she's a warrior. We're changing your focus to skullduggery and bribes. So, let's see. Yeah. Straight sexist? Okay. Who do I have a high chance of seducing here? The king? None. I have no chance of seducing the king. I do have a chance of seducing this guy, though. Oh, dang. Oh! We have another possibility, though. Quest claim. Sending gift. Requesting claim. The Pope seems to be willing to grant us a claim to Moray, but he doesn't perceive us as holy enough yet. So that means we have to head to... She's just not good. She's just not good at seducing people. She's real bad at this. I think she's shy and nervous. Oh, she lost a child because she went on a She went on a pilgrimage while she was pregnant, so she lost. Aha! Oh, now it is on. We have a claim to Moray now. Moray is this whole landmass right here. We need alliances. Lots of them. We need alliances and money. Sorry, kid. I'm marrying you to a 65-year-old man. No. I'm pretty sure he's gonna die before she comes of age. Yeah. The fucking... Okay. We have the alliance power to take over, but they're not going to get here yet, so we have to wait. Haha! Our alliance has got here in time. Flint. Moray is ours. Oh, and is she not? Oh, well then. I'd rather. And break betrothal. We're now one of the more powerful ones. We now rule. Yeah. Uh-oh. I had one brief affair and I got pregnant with somebody else's child. Oops. Oh well, I'm hiding it. And we are going to fabricate a claim against the king. That means we're gonna frame him for something and try and manipulate our way into his heart. She is not a girl, and she's our most powerful. Wonderful. Okay. Support schemes. It's bad. Okay. That means we need. Okay, let's make her husband. Oh, he's so terrible at it. Oh no. Oh boy. This is actually the fastest I've had. Damn it! Okay, no, that doesn't work. We You better be Damn it. He knows somebody was after him. Well, when he has another kid, it'll be easier to pull that off. And she's pregnant, yeah. Good. Okay. Now we can marry. Oh boy, we need money. Damn it. See, because I want to marry his daughter off to my son. Because that'll give me that. One, she has good stats, and two, that'll give his kids a right to the throne. But I need him to like me. And we gotta get her. There we go. Ha-ha! There we go. And we'll try and get Princess Beatrice elected, but I doubt that'll work. I'm the only one trying to get her elected, but never say never. Oh, Malcolm. Are you seriously trying to pull this off for yourself? She's having way too many kids. The thing about marrying somebody very good looking, oh, her old paramour is trying to get oh, haha. I believe he is yes, he is. Oh, he is terrible. Oh, well. Oh, what the heck. And our first daughter comes of age. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So the Norse on our west on our border here have culturally merged with the Gels, the Gaelics, and formed a Norse Gaelic culture. Let's see, how old is she now? She's 35 right now. Oh, and she had her first grandkid. Well, I'm probably not going to negotiate her to be queen, but I am. Yeah, I've screwed up. But I have negotiated. I did get her. I did get her the duchy, make her the most powerful, powerful vassal in the country, and I got her married. I all I have to do is ensure that he lives to 16, and I'll have her married off to the. I don't know. Let's see. To the. I'll have her married off to a princess. The princess. The princess. So let's see, and then her grandkid will have a direct claim to the throne. As long as she. Where is he? Okay, he's about to turn 16. Good boy, Tola. And he is officially married to her. Good. Okay. Now the longest part of the game. Desperately wanting your heir to have sex with their wife. Because it's just like, have a kid. Have a kid. Have a kid. Yeah. Well. Okay, I'm going to offer to join this war because I don't want nothing. Because that would screw up my plans. So I'm going to offer to join the Liege's war. And let's hire a mercenary guild. Let's hire a company of mercenaries. Let's say no. This guy, the Band of Forza. He's good. That gives it a level playing field. No, we're rich enough. We can hire another mercenary guild. Yes, because like essentially, whole like dynastic lines are on the line right now. This is a political marriage. You need to. Your job is to have sex with that woman. Your job is to get that girl pregnant, thus ensuring that thus ensuring our line has a direct claim to that throne. Boy. Ha 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 ha! Damn it. There we are. Haha. Okay. Our younger son is also getting married. Oh, I'm just swaying him. Oh no, my husband died. Declare peace! Declare peace! Declare peace! Damn it, you idiot! Declare peace! Damn it, he jumped. Damn it, he's trying to... Damn it, he brought in the English. We don't have... United with the English. Oh, this... Oh, god damn it, we're gonna lose. Oh no, we sided with the wrong guy. Oh, oh no. Oh, this is... No, definitely not. The fact that this guy gave the English this much control over something is bad, but now I'm in an issue where a civil war has broken out in my... Oh shit! Oh, all my plans! All my plans! Oh no! All my plans! Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, here's what we have to do. The only way to win this is skullduggery. See, the thing is, we can beat this guy, but... Okay. Okay. Because the boy that we let's see. We conquered this from now once the right's back. So we can't let that happen. But the battle is so the enemy has conquered everything that we can't realistically we can't raise our army without getting attacked. So the only way out of this is if we kill the now grown up boy that we initially took the land from. Damn it. Oh boy. Damn it. We he's lost. But it's not over yet. We're still more powerful. We're still richer. You know, we're still more well connected. And a crusade is about to happen. And we're going to marry her off to some Norse guy, just so we can marry this daughter off to him. Call him to war. Yeah. The thing is, you really should kill the leaders of the former leaders, because you don't want to. Well, she's. So. The thing is, we're currently more powerful than the king right now. So. Oh, wonderful. Okay, we're crusaders now. We'll put this on. Yeah. The problem is we don't have a claim to the throne. We need one. We need one to take. If we had a claim to the throne, we could easily take the throne for ourselves. Well, it's crusading time. It's crusades now. And if we do well in the crusades, we'll... So we could do a few things... Oh no. Oh well. We can wait. So there's a few things now that we're technically more powerful than the king. We could technically declare independence. Maybe possibly conquer the Sojourn and create our own kingdom. Let's... Yeah, damn. Oh, she's in prison. Who's she in prison? Oh, freaking... 4. Current person in charge of England. Ah, yes. Yes. Screw the Scottish throne. We're going after the real power. What if we took over? Ah. See, it's good. It's good to be on the Pope's side, to get the Pope to like you. We just negotiated a claim for the throne of England. And with our son married, oh, what are you doing? With our son married to a Scottish princess with a claim to the Scottish crown, we could possibly unite the two thrones together. Having a child on the throne is like one of the hardest things because like that means almost anybody can like try and claim it. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's see. Money, just things. You're just an old guy. Just with some people. Not that I think he's gonna live to see that marriage happen. Oh, you son of a bitch! Can't believe it, I'm a fucking... Well, there's no way I can win that battle, but there's no way I can win that war, but I can possibly claim the English throne. Anyways, so that's... I'm getting really tired, guys. I'm real tired. I kind of want to go to sleep. So, we were on for 5 hours. Okay. Talk to you guys later. Bye.